All right, and we are live. Following with the trend of fun and interesting worlds, today we are in Outer Wilds world. So I guess I didn't actually my internet went out yesterday, like right in the middle of stream. So like I kept coding for a couple hours after that actually went out. So I have like some cool progress to show since the last stream, because like I actually got it working when the stream died. But it's not perfect, so we still have some opportunities to improve, which is exciting because that's better than not having any idea what we're working on. So let me just make sure like my toolchain is working, because I was messing around trying to get like Zig builds possibly working again. Which, to kind of like bring you guys up to speed on like that, I figured out how to replace the toolchain file for VC package and CMake and everything, so that it uses a custom compiler to build all your VC package packages, and then also setting custom compilers on CMake as well. And then we used the Zig programming language to compile C++. And I actually did get it compiling in the past, but the problem is that none of my debuggers were able to attach to it. It made like MSVC style debug info, and while code LLDB should be able to do like use that, none of like my Vim based debuggers were able to do it, like code LLDB, GDB, native LLDB. I would have to use VS Code for that actually to work, potentially. And I don't want to have to deal with that, so I'm not. We're just using MSVC still. But I still might use the Zig build chain on the server, because like the entire sales pitch of like the Zig project is they built like a very robust build system, or like build chain. So all you have to do to compile to a certain build target is like specify the triplet, and it isn't like the normal thing you have to do with CI, where you have to have a virtual machine of the host thing that you want to compile to, and then have it compile to that with all the local variables and whatnot. No, you just say, hey, build to Arch 64 for Quest, I guess, or build to Vision OS. I think they weren't the first ones to build to Vision OS. They were the first ones to build to like to cross compile to certain Mac targets. So that might be useful in the future when it's like, oh, there's a new random headset that's popped up. Maybe this will make it easier to build to that headset. Just interesting things to figure out. Anyway, it looks like this might have run and completed while I wasn't looking at the screen. So let's check if it did. One thing I need to do is put a breakpoint on the last bit of code here. That way the window actually stays open and we can catch it before it disappears. There we go. So this is what we currently have working. I don't know if I can resize this so it's a little bit easier to see stream side. But this is the result of me fixing a bunch of things on the compiler side and even on the grammar side. But we now compile our test script, which I'll actually bring up here for reference. So this script here is getting compiled into this module here. And the idea behind the IR module is that it's the simplest representation of the what actually could happen, but simplest representation of simplest representation of all of the commands without any like come on, Brane, what term are you looking for? Implicit behavior going on, I would say. Like, because text format is like quite verbose. There's some places where we're like leaving out parts of it, and we have to infer things. And then this is like allocate all of these local variables, and then refer to those local values by name. Why do we add 2 and 2 and 3? Do I have the destination as the first argument? Why is this variable 2, or index 2, which is this one, which is type 1? Why is it that way? I haven't gone through and actually like verified that the IR is correct. I'm just like, it's syntactically correct. And it actually took me a long time to get this function to compile out all the way to actually like calling continue, and this one as well. It was mainly this one that I was able to tell that continue wasn't being called, but this one too. And for now it is actually jank. Like, I'm saying like, if the function name is continue, don't check if it actually exists. Just like, trust me bro, it does. Still omit the bytecode and don't throw a compiler error. Because technically that is what it should be doing right now. The interesting thing, these numbers, this is like a type. This is referencing the second structure. That's what this is saying. So here this is second structure, I32, and these are like the local values that are being defined. And I find it interesting that all of these are 0 argument structures. That's interesting. When technically these should be the types. Of the arguments. Like the same type as the arguments. And then we also have this parser write error on this structure here, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is the arguments. So here you have value 6. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is still type 1. Which technically the arguments here should be not 6. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 is the structure that we pass to there. And then 5 is the return value, which should be nothing. And I guess 5 is just that. Store into 8. Store from 8 into 2. These are correct though. These are like on stack pointers. Hello, how goes it? And then, of course, this parser right error is suspicious. But I'm more suspicious about all of these variables here that are just being parsed out to a struct with no arguments. It should not be the case. These should be like U32, 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 etc. Because we have 3 arguments that are U32, and then we have value, which is also U32, and all of that should be reflected here. All of these should be U32, except for one, which I believe is this one, and this is where we allocate the this anonymous struct here, and then pass value and add to it, which is what's going on here. These are the pointers to value and add members of that structure, and that's what these store commands are storing into. So this is an Outer Wilds world. Where is my controllers? That campfire haunted? No, it's just cozy. I don't think it's haunted. This isn't really like a haunted game. Though I believe there in the DLC there might be a world that is kind of haunted. Yes, you can actually cook marshmallows. Let me yeah, there's a stick. Here, 1 second. Let me make sure the camera doesn't move. I'm gonna change the anchor to be a world so I can move around here. But yeah, I go. There we go. You can see that's on fire. Perfect. Oh. Delicious. Stab it into this stump there. It is green. You noticed. I like the green fire. Let me position myself again. But yeah, so this is an Outer Wild Worlds. If you want to like grab the actual link, I do have this as like a fully public grouped instance at the moment. So why are these not correct? It's something to do with, first of all, function. Let's at least get function arguments correct. Indeed. Yeah, the website is useful that way. Yeah. When you get into the world, it won't look like this, though, because it has an actual night mode. So, like, on this stuff over there, you're able to actually toggle it between nighttime and daytime modes. So if I grab a controller so I can actually point accurately. So this is what it looks like during the daytime. And you can see the, or I guess evening-ish time. You can see the spaceship a lot better. I'm like less of a fan of the color palette, but like I might even like leave it on here for a little bit just because it's like, oh, there's actually a spaceship back there. Does it simulate the sun? As far as I can tell, no, it doesn't simulate the sun. I know that there are some VRC worlds that are like the entire Outer Wilds game, with like full physics simulation and everything. But for this one, I think it's just eternal sunrise. So the sun is over there, and I don't think it's changing. Question, for those of you viewing on YouTube, does like my YouTube icon get in the way? I think I have it set to always show. But I've been rethinking that decision recently, because that was like a very old decision. Like part of... remember where it is exactly. Maybe it's under channel. Yes, and I am going to squirrel and mess with this right now. I'm going to customize. Then, aha. Do... display at end of the video instead of... always. So now if you refresh the stream, there shouldn't be an eternal circuit board in the corner. It should go away. Maybe. After a little bit. Might take a little bit of time to propagate that change. Just total squirrel moment. Okay. So we resolve the type of this argument. I guess with the pointers, I like manually made it so that they were I32s. Like, that's baked into the create struct commands, so that's why those are correct, because they're not using this system at all. It should be returning a native type. Okay, so we didn't hit the break point. Oh, we did hit the break point. Nice. So let's see what type context we're dealing with. And our base type is... single scope F32, which I have in here. Let's see, there's an F32. And it returns correctly what the type is. Oh, this is from a member type. And if I remember correctly, member types were correct. But this is arguments. This is where it was messing up. So now, if you look at the same thing, this is I32, which we do have in there. And again, it was I32. Wait a second. What conversion is this using for IR native type? Like if I go out to here, and we see what's currently in local vars. We can see what's in local vars. Does it really need this many unsigned and signed ints? You mean like all the different types? I mean, it doesn't need them, but it honestly is like super easy to include them, so I don't really see a reason to not include them. Okay, so we have one value context, this IR value, that IR value. We look at current function value, maybe just current function. And look inside local variables. Look inside. There are 3 local variables for the 3 arguments. And they contain integers. It contains an integer. It should not contain an integer. It should contain an IR value type. Index 1. An IR native type is the first index, which would be 0. And then the 1 index is integer. So for some reason, resolve type when returning Sorry, it's 4 p.m. and I'm not awake yet. For some reason right here, we're returning an integer instead of the actual enum value. So this is IR type. So maybe this... If I look at the value of IR types, or native types, contained value is BraneScript native type. So it is valid. The native type is valid. You can see here, it is IR native type. But for what context? Well, this is a static variable. It gets initialized once and then never again. So... divided by 2, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But it's 21. The 0 index, so that is correct. Number of things. Yeah, for string I64, we have IR native type I64. And it retained the native typeness of this. It means this should never return an integer. Meaning that when we run either compile struct or compile function, yeah, see, we have resolve type here, and then that pushes back to local variables. Then we get to here. and then we move past that, and then we check current function, contained value, and they're integers. Despite the value being passed in being an IR value. Wait a second. Who decided that things that can implicitly cast to Boolean should be able to implicitly cast to integers? And that should work significantly better. That's not the first time I've run into that foot gun, too. This music feels like someone walking around me and ringing a bell. That is kind of the vibe I wanted to go for like, the Outer Wilds world. You know, it's got that, like, liminal, like, you're not resting, but you're not moving. You're like, you're on edge, but you're at peace. It's not like, not anxiety. You're just in motion, I guess. Or am I waxing too poetic? I might be ripe for a, it's not that deep, bro. Maybe it can only cast into integers 0 and 1. Yeah, that's the, that's what it casts to for sure. I'm just deciding, or saying, why did we let it cast to those things? Look at that, it's working now, exactly as expected. Wow. I am suspicious of that one. Since there are 2 of them, where is 5 referenced, if 5 is referenced anywhere? 5 is the return value of call, and call doesn't have a return value. No return value. This, however, this should be 3. Because we want to say allocate this. And we like create it, obviously. But the index isn't withheld. This should be, actually no, it should be #2. So that's our next thing, and then we'll figure out this error, because this error is after this error in the chain of errors being errors. No, I'm entirely sober right now, perhaps slightly dehydrated. It's called, I've spent the last several days coding, and pretty much not doing anything else. Probably has to do with how C++ use statements like return 0, so that would let it cast to 0 or 1 for compatibility. Maybe. It's also that C doesn't actually have a Boolean type. And like true and false are defined in like their own header library, and they are like defined manually to 0 and 1, which is ridiculous. I think my voice is not happy about, like, my sudden spree of streaming every single day, because it is, like, not happy. What was I gonna do? Right, we are fixing the argument type. What are you using to open windows in the codebase? I think GLFW at the moment. Yeah, this one right here. Eventually I might move it over to custom APIs, that way we can do fun, like, have custom windows, similar to how... if I can find it. Like, look at the wonkiness of this window and like the weird like border things it's got going on. Like, we'd love to be able to do stuff like this. Or if we change the user interface, like we could do this, we could do like this. Like, what happened to interfaces like this? Can't you do that with GLFW? Maybe if you hide, like, the default window decorations. So we're gonna go to anonymous structure, or resolve type. One of the overrides of resolve type. Hey, Shadow, how's it going? Right, resolve. Right. Specifically, the resolve type that just wrapped up a demo at work, got the rest of the day off, and tomorrow off. Very nice. I no longer fathom the concept of days off. I assume that the demo went well then, and the days off aren't involuntary. True. Alright. I'm just trying to figure out, so, to bring you up to speed on where we're at, BraneScript version 2.0 intermediate representation is, like, very close to being ready for an MVP. And by MVP, I mean throwing it into a very, very basic runtime and doing a 2+2 operation. There are a couple more, like, operands I need to add, and, like, right now we're going through and fixing bugs, like, we'll get to this one eventually. This number right here should be, 2, because right now it's referring to this structure here. When I know for a fact it's supposed to be referring to this structure here. with the two parser write errors. Where are the parser write errors from? Parse. Right. Okay, so that's an error parser side. I mean, this is my code. I think I know exactly where it is. If you start sleeping with the headset still on, going to get isekai'd into one of those fantasy but actually a digital simulation kind of anime worlds. But you see, if that happens, I would be so powerful, like actually understanding what's going on behind the scenes, like finding jailbreaks, getting like raw terminal access, like that would be so fun until I got bored. You know, you need at least like one or two other real players to keep things interesting. Outer Wilds is probably one of the worst things to get reincarnated into. True. I mean, you can escape the time loop. Or maybe that's spoilers. Just need good enough NPCs. I mean, like, if they act like if they do the traditional thing where like, oh, I've been isekai'd into the game, but now they act like actual people, or real enough like people. Not that the people in anime act in any way realistically. Then yeah, that would be rather interesting. Could be worse. Could be somewhere in the Warhammer 40k universe. True. There are many, many worse things that you could be reincarnated into. Outer Wilds would at least be a vibe. Yeah, right, that error. Stew. Where in my code am I looking? What file am I even in? Right, we want compile or not compile. Yes, compile operand or not compile structure. I need my giant match statement of every single operand. There we go. Here's the giant match statement. And we need the one for anonymous structure definitions. To compile or not to compile? Oh, it compiles. It just doesn't do what I want it to. So it's this alloc here. Alloc value that takes in an IR type value push back an IR type. And then this is... Let's name this type so I'm not confusing myself. Then we return the value itself. Then we alloc value. Well, actually, we resolve the type first, which is like the innermost structure representation. And it works once for this structure, which is the return value of the pipeline. Or does it? Yeah, pipeline. Wait a second. It's not working. We're supposed to have an arguments structure. Why am I not passing arguments? Resolve type. Ooh. In type should be input. That would do it. That's definitely one of the bugs. Let's just see how that updates stuff. Oh, we have a length error. That's interesting. Wait. What? Oh. That would do it. That would also cause our parsing errors. Or rather writing. This is the serializer. Nope, still pretty crazy. Oh, wait a second. Do I need to... Oh, there we go. Okay, how much more complete? Okay, yes, look at that. Our struct definitions look a lot better now. So we have actual arguments and like names that are correct. Alright, thanks for sticking around. So we have start, add, and add to. Those are actually our like actual arguments we expected to see. We have the output type. We have a unit type, which is basically a none return value. And then we have the arguments to call, which are correct. And then we have the final return value to the struct. Wait a second, do I have the test script saying that we're returning a float. I do have us saying we're returning a float. I'm going to change that to I32 for now, so I don't have to deal with casting initially. Even though my operands for casting are super simple, I'm kind of like bum rushing a like hello world right now. Saying function 1 as local variables of the type 1 and 1, and this is the argument to that stage. So yeah, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 are both this count type F32, which they should not be, so this is still bugged somehow. Because this should still be, for this one, it should be 3, or in quotes, -3, because that's how I'm doing anonymous functions, is like put the little minus negate invalid syntax in there, say this is an anonymous type, and then we just throw the index in there. And over here, this should be value add, so this should be 3, and then this one down here, I spoke incorrectly, should be count with I32, like it should be that. Or in other words, 4. And that one should be 4, 5. 4 and 5. And now that would be not anon struct type context. Would be anon struct context here. And I should probably take out the record error because it's not an error anymore. In fact, I could take out the messages I put on a lot of these, because I was trying to figure out, like, I knew I was returning a none type from one of these, but I wasn't sure which one. So I just spam put logging messages on every single one of them, and then I realized I had missed anything for scoped, or not scoped, for anonymous struct initializations. Or like instancing. This anon struct type, though, we are like dealing with now. This, like, I hadn't implemented this at all, I was just returning none, so it failed silently. We need to figure out why, when we allocate a value of type struct type, Why is type wrong? Type should not be wrong. Type should be correct. We did not hit the breakpoint at all. This is unfortunate. So I'll throw the breakpoint here where we have actual code that's not getting optimized out. Maybe I put it here too? Still no breakpoint. The rest of the parser isn't crashed though. It's just an exercise in figuring out what isn't optimized out. Wait, does the entire match statement get optimized out? It might get fully optimized out. And this is why I wanted to like see if I could move over to a Clang based pipeline instead, is because the linker right now from MinGW has an issue where when the binary gets too big, it just like completely craps out. So I need to put compilation flags to slightly optimize the build, very slightly. And it's supposed to be the optimization flags that work well with debugging. However, they have not been working well with debugging. But it's like it doesn't compile if I don't put them on there, but I can't debug it fully, accurately, if the debug flags are on there. And it's like, this is why you should use the MSVC pipeline on Windows. Yes, but I can't get any MSVC compatible debuggers working with NeoVim. Oh, yippee! Tool chain issue. Then again, I could just get Clang working, and that would theoretically solve the issue. Because then I could just use LLDB, maybe. So maybe we go on a side tangent where we try getting this compiling with Zig again, and then actually properly debugging it with GDB. Or LLDB. Not GDB, LLDB. But that's not necessarily what I want to spend my time on stream with. But then again, this is a later stream, so we don't necessarily need to be super, Brane, come on, work with me here. Productive. That was the word I was looking for. Maybe I just need to turn this into a Beat Saber stream. Like, my brain is not working right now. Like, I'm not awake. I need to be more awake than I currently am. Return type. Why no breakpoint on return type? This works in other places, but I guess this is so horrendous that it's getting completely optimized out. Campfire is making me sleepy? Quite possibly. The world is too cozy. The music is too cozy. It's just... Nah, we're good. We're back. It will be interesting to see how that sounds through the noise suppression. You hop into one of those raid worlds? True. Okay. This is a toolchain diff moment. So I have a couple options here. I could try setting up VS Code to work properly, or I could try setting up Vim to work with a better pipeline. Either with Clang directly, and I would have to write custom toolchain files to actually get Clang working with a VC package. Or I could try going the extra mile and getting debuggers working with Zig. And I am partial to attempting to get Zig compilation pipelines working because I like that idea. Like, who besides me is going to be trying to compile this with MinGW? Like, nobody. It doesn't need to compile on MinGW, and it does compile on MinGW. I just can't, like, compile it. That would be a problem with even full sensory VR, even if you can replicate the taste. The coffee won't caffeinate you. But what if I have a BCI with, like, little caffeine pouches in it that can, like, release substances into my brain and, like, keep it balanced and stuff? You know, we have a little bit of, like, ADHD meds, a little bit of caffeine, a little bit of a lot of melatonin. Auto balance brain. Okay. Yeah, we're going... I made this death game that overdoses you on caffeine when you're No, I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't make SAO. That is in no way related to the goals of this project. Does it tell you that I have switching out to a Zig build chain that, like, efficient, that I can just do it? Okay, and let's see how far this gets to build. I think it's just a couple because, like, I already have all the VC packages built, I think. And then we just have to fix a couple build errors with the C-lang thing. So, type specifier is required for all definitions. Wait, how is that compiling in the first place? Serializer H. Ah. Huh? Oh, it was probably because I wasn't actually using that function, so it didn't actually check its signature. That is, yeah. Actually, this should be, string. Or... we'll be fancy and use string view. It actually would be really great to have my build working on CLang, just because CLang D is what I'm using for error checking, so it would mean that my actual toolchain and like static type checking are all built on top of the same toolchain, meaning the errors are the same. But in any case, the least that I will get out of making it build on another compiler here is ensuring it builds on multiple compilers, like the jank of one compiler Venn diagrammed with the jank of another compiler. And it just ran. It exited instantly because GDB couldn't put breakpoints in it. But we can go into launch.json here and set this to LLDB, or code LLDB more accurately. I don't have native LLDB working. Maybe I do need to have native LLDB working. Is code LLDB for MSVC style debug info and regular LLDB for non? Maybe? Your window opening sound as a sound for when you move outside your boundary. Those don't play sounds anymore, but now they do. Didn't play sounds anymore, but now they do. Interesting. Yeah, so if I change to code LLDB, we get stuff in here like it should be. Though it is kind of nice to have it in the external. Before, not anymore. Okay. Yeah, same bug, but now we can't set any breakpoints. I wonder if I hooked up regular LLDB. The problem is LLDB currently has a problem on my system where it claims that the code execution cannot proceed because Python 310.dll was not found. But if I do where Python, we have two Pythons. We have maybe I need to install Python 310 specifically. Isn't LLM similar to SSH, or am I thinking of a different Windows module? LLDB, LLM is a large language large language model. Maybe there's a Windows like LLM thing, but LLDB or so there's like low-level virtual machine, LLVM, which is the LLVM project, and the LLVM project has LLDB, which is the debugger intended for stuff like Clang. Can I do it with pip? Okay, how do I release or get this? I can't exactly 310 security. Yeah, Python 310. No way. It's Liminus. Got Liminus tech tips. Or teach tips. Liminus teach tips. A source tarball. Python, download, scroll down. It's like what I was just looking at. Or do I need to click on the name? Or was I clicking on the wrong thing? Like if I click on 310... Oh, here we go. Python releases for Windows. Maybe I can, go and get install specific version. Okay, V. We're gonna try this, or maybe if I do where Python or have to do it here. We go to Python 113, which is the current Python. Wait a second. Maybe I do have a Python path variable set, but it's for an old version of Python. Alright guys, look for Python. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything specific to Python. Where is real command? What do you mean? Are we talking about dir? Ah, it's because I'm doing the Windows command prompt because it gives me errors instead of Windows terminal. I need that. Set Python home. So it does need that specific binary. Dang it. So we really do need a Python 10 binary. Can I do... Here's Python 3.10. Maybe this is part of the same block. If I do download Windows installer here, is this Python? No, that's Python 9. Okay, there might be a couple Python 3.10s. Some of which may have, here we go. Yippee! Alright, see it. That was the only reason I wasn't using LLDB before, was because I couldn't figure out how to get that Python problem working. But now that, you know, this potentially fixes the Python error with raw LLDB, maybe I can use just raw LLDB instead of code LLDB, which I think code LLDB is supposed to be for MSVC style debug information, even though it like didn't fully work with MSVC style debug information. Like the decorators weren't working. You look at that. We have LODB working. So that means that we can set up raw LLVM as a debug adapter, and potentially that will work with the Zig GNU target, even if it is generating MSVC style debug information. Oh, we will see. I'm not quite sure what like the benefits versus drawbacks of using code LLDB. I think code LLDB is like specifically for VS Code. So yeah, I don't know, especially since like raw GDB was working a lot better for me than code LLDB in like most cases. Go here to nvim dap, and here we have LLDB. We're gonna call this code LLDB. And we're just gonna have just on its own adapter LLDB and vim dap. If I go here to not there to here, and then available debug adapters, no. Installation and configuration, no. I do want the debug adapters. Maybe I do want this. Via there's LLDB VS Code. LLDB DAP, which I wish I could get working because it would be amazing. But it doesn't work on Windows because licensing. There should be a raw LLDB option. Code LLDB is what they're using here. Building LLDB VS Code. Wait. Building LLDB VS Code, what? projects LLDB. LLDB server. LLDB VS. Huh? So LLDB VS Code is a target in the LVM project. Mainly tool that implements the debug adapter profile that is used to power the VS Code extension. It can also be used with other IDEs and editors that support DAP. The protocol is an easy way to remotely, and it can launch full feature development. That's what I recall. This looks like it's closer to what I want them. Raw LLDB. I mean, here's debugging with Zig as like the first. They're using code LLDB, and this is what I currently have it set up to. Maybe if I just have it named code LLDB, it'll work better. It's like, it's happened before. That just by naming adapters different things, they'll suddenly start working or not working better. Maybe it's because they have defaults and like it's actually set up for debuggers and I can't name them whatever I want. That would be interesting. Let's try throwing a breakpoint into the end of main. Seeing if that runs and like breaks. Does not break. And if I throw an error, like it breaks, but we don't have any debug information. So let's take a look at compile commands, because I think that will give us an idea of what's going on here. So we have me. So this is just calling Zig space CPP, but I wasn't able to get it to actually play nicely. So like there we have G. For generating debug info. I know I had another flag that was like generate door. Oh, wait a second. It's in here. And it's not getting added to the compile commands. The package C flags debug. CX flags bug. See, that should definitely be in the compile command. Here we can look at the whole command here. Finding C. There's our G command. That Dorf argument isn't getting passed to the command line at all. Outload cache, so we will rerun build database debug. We'll run cmake configure. It's using the correct tool chain, it looks like. Wait a second, this is what I'm passing to VC package. This is not what I'm passing to my project itself. It is rebuilding like tree sitter and stuff, which it wasn't doing last time. So maybe that bodes well. Let's go to cmake lists here, and we're gonna say And I go to, let's see, a confusing clang. I know with min-GW, you literally just do min-GW, and you're good to go. So let's try message. Compiler is equal to cmake csxx compiler ID, and just see if this returns clang, because I know that cmake has some print statements about realizing that it is a clang based compiler. And I'll say clang. ID. String equal to clang. And I'm going to yoink this, or do I need to? Okay, I don't need to expand the variable. Then let's just check. Add compile options. Nice. That might make it generate Dwarf. There we go. It's fumbling there for a minute. But we're good. Error 42. Ah. C++ Brane. Our compiler is Clang. Okay, so that worked, probably. So all of these should have gdorf on it, which it does now. Oh, Funny thing, with search engines, that minus symbol means ignore all results with that. With dwarf version 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, there's different dwarf versions. So what if I do dwarf 5 then? Due to uncaught exception, constant character. Okay. Still no debug information. You just check CLI. We do in fact have a PDB. Let me check what we have at the source directory. CLI, we have a PDB. We have an exe. Wait, do I already have LLDB-VS Code exe? Well, there's LLDB DAP exe, which is the new version. So I do have this installed. So I could use LLDB DAP directly. Actually, here's what I'm going to try to do. We're going to give up on code LLDB for now. And we're going to try out adapters.lldb and point it to LLDB DAP. So this is now named LLDB DAP. And LLB DAP is an executable. Yep, that's on the path. And does that need any arguments? Besides potentially current working directory? Which I should add back in. And we'll try this with just LLDB. With our new adapter we just added. This did with process exit LLDB DAP. Didn't mean to quit all there, but we'll keep it for now. LLDB DAP. Well, this is closer than I've gotten it working before. See, if I put echo on there, can I see the whole command? Apparently not. What error was it? Exited with 32212258. We'll just copy it. Three two two one two two 5 7 8 1. DLL not found. Oh, DLL not found. Here, let me see if I do. Does this give me an error? Yes. LDB DAP error. Can't find Python 310 DLL. If I restart this, so it will have any path variables. It runs. Cool, it actually does have help. Nice. So I'm gonna try running this manually. And file to communicate with debugger PID, launch target, launch a target for in-terminal request. Communicate with the LDB DAP tool over the defined port, alias for port. Bug adapter can be started in 2 modes. Running the LDB DAP without any arguments will start communicating with the parent over standard I/O. Passing a port number causes LDB DAP to start listening for connections on that part. Passing wait for debugger will pause the process at startup and wait for a debugger to attach to the process. So what if I say launch target Brane script CLI? File used to communicate with host debug adapter and using a launch target. Oh. Launching a debuggy. This will launch temp A out. Request debug. Come on, tell me the args. What are the arguments? That's the configuration. So they're really just like, oh, this is all you need and it will be working. It's not working. It just works. Maybe not. Using the server type for code LLDB. Am I using server type for code LLDB? Yeah, I am. I wonder if I need to do that for code LLDB. Or not code LLDB. LLDB DAP. Because I saw help commands for port, but I didn't see help commands for I'm gonna try this. We'll try running the LLDB adapter as a server. Rather than as an actual executable. And maybe same problem, and then can't work. Okay. So we have dap show log, process exit. Means it can't find DLLs, which is interesting. That makes me think that it's running in the wrong directory, maybe. The Visual C++ redistributable, but that should be available on the path. Windows Server Core VC redistributable. Do I have? It says exe, so I wonder if just where we'll find it. No. What if I try developer command prompt? Not find any files for the given thing. But it doesn't. Oh well, let's try this. Let's try this. Where's the one where I was trying to run it manually? Here. Or 3000 and then nothing. So it's still complaints about not having DLLs. I wonder if it's BrainScript CLI not finding this libtree brainsitter DLL. Like, is launch.json properly setting the current working directory? Because workspace folder valid. Same error. Well, what are the, like, what commands is it running? What arguments would I pass to LLDB DAP to launch and debug and executable with you just say DAP. Like if I do that, LLDB DAP DAP, it just hangs. What if I use LLDB to debug LLDB DAP? And there we go. How do I get this to throw errors though? Oh, actually, I know. Here. If I think if I comment out this, or move it so it doesn't do anything, then in here we restart. Adapter port is required for server adapter traceback. But I did. It's right there. Oh, wait a second, like, maybe what's in Lua? Okay, just that. Why isn't... But does it need to be square bracketed like that? There we go. There's our multi-line comment. It doesn't really work at all. Wait, I have a hotkey for commenting. What am I doing? Okay, so instead of port, we'll just manually put in 3000. And then here, I'm gonna go to here. And then say LDB. Just LLDB. I and LLDB with arms. Okay, that's all I need was. Oh no! Bring me back. We're gonna do LLDB, DAP, port 3000. There we go. So that is now theoretically running. Well, now it is non-theoretically running. Right here. I'll even pop this out into its own window so we can check on how it's doing. If it like breaks out or anything. Then error confused or refused. Couldn't connect to 7 the localhost 1. So it's not finding the debug adapter. Oh, is that just completely... Okay, we're good. So this didn't work. Maybe if I do that. Ooh. That actually worked. So wait, our port command might have been wrong the whole time. Let's try running this again because we got an interesting error. Error on launch, could not create a target for program. Get BraneScript build debug CLI BraneScript CLI unable to find executable for H. That is the full path to my executable. Then when I click enter, this then errors out. Maybe if I go into the launch JSON and put exe at the end? Or let's just check that build actually has... Yeah, there's BraneScript CLI exe. Workspace folder's working, so I'm gonna put that back. Oh, look at this, I actually got the executable running. Didn't have any breakpoints, so let's go to the end of main and try play. Oh, we got a throw. Wait a second. Wait a second. It correctly gave us the bug info for the throw. Like, that's correct. So let's try placing a breakpoint here. Terminating the session. Like, this is all still running fine. It looks like. Maybe? Oh no, it's aired out. We'll try running it again. An attempt to perform arithmetic on local column, a nil value. Call. No error, aside from the UI error. Can I step over? I'll continue. We got a little bit of output from this little tool. Oh, I hadn't written this, so it was still doing the same error. Valid window ID. Then we have a breakpoint. No local variables, though. That's not what we want. Can I step over, though? With a error every single time, yes. So now we know that we can do this. But port has to be two separate things. Like it is right here. I'm actually going to refresh this command prompt. Just in case. And we're going to put a breakpoint here. Attempt to perform arithmetic on local column nil value. Maybe if I do clang. We rerun this so that we change the compiler variables to no longer tell it to generate dwarf. Specifically, now we rebuild with whatever type of debug information it wants to give us by default, and we hope that the debug adapter is able to handle that. The debug adapter was not in fact able to handle that. It turns out the dwarf was important. That, or just double check. Maybe, well, I didn't put a breakpoint on where I know breakpoints happen, so before throwing in the towel, we will try it again, but with a different breakpoint location that we know usually catches. And build failed. Oh, it's rerunning CMake. Well, let's try rebuilding this completely from scratch. And it ran through completely. Well, not found. So, likely claiming that it couldn't find the correct debug info file or whatever. Try door 5. Default door version. What the default door version is. Anyway, we're gonna do door 5. I love it doing Windows-style debug info, even though we're telling it to compile with GNU pipeline. Okay, so no breakpoints working now all of a sudden. I wonder if I were to compile. This is going to be super jank with just Clang instead of Zig. We have to delete the cache. Did it delete the cache for me? Oh yeah, it did. Can Clang link to MinGW targets? If I went here and did x86 64 in GW, I know the rest of this is saved, so I don't need to worry about it. So let's try building VC package with MinGW and then linking from Clang after the fact. Because I think the main thing that matters is that the C runtime is the same. Maybe. That way I'm using an official toolchain, and that's all fine, that's all good. Then I can have my local project built with a compiler that is like actively updated by a community. And potentially there's overlay triplets, that is an option. You can use VC package to install LLVM, but you can't use it to build with LLVM. The only problem here is link undefined symbol. Maybe I can tell it not to use MinGW intrinsics. So there's C-Lang and C-Lang++. Maybe the solution here is to also get create a toolchain Clang, even though Clang is the same. Here, what if I try to LLDB this manually? Oh, right, I deleted everything, I forgot. So before going that way, we're gonna try one last time to see if I can get it working with Dig as the compiler, because I don't see any reason it shouldn't be able to work. Like, the problem is just the debugger isn't recognizing the debug info. And as soon as we solve the problem of debugger recognizing debug info, it just will work. Right, and that is success. So now we go over here, we see cd build debug CLI LLDB file Brane script CLI break main CPP. Then we want to break on line. Let's figure out a good line to break on. I mean, 162 has been our standard, so we'll try 162. Unable to resolve breakpoint to any actual location. They did with status 1. One is an error, right? That big door. Script DLI, Treesitter, image list. This doesn't have the PDB as part of it. Windows and want to detect if a binary is built with MSVC or PDB style debug info. Or oh. So wait, does this not have any debug info? Wait. What is detarget? Yeah, you can see how desperate I am. The fact that I'm like literally just chat GPTing this. Usually I do not stoop this low. Using Zig C++ to build an executable with the G flag, but either of those methods are there we go, there's an actual test. Okay, so there's some debug data. Generate dwarf. Building with... Wait. Am I building with target equals x86 Windows GNU? I might be building dependencies with the GNU toolchain, and then I'm gonna kill this, and then building the rest of my toolchain with the MSVC target. I'm that might be what's going on here. Actually, no, on Dell I don't want to do that. Actually, not on any of these do I want to do that. I want to make this cross-platform. Even though CMD is not cross-platform. So if I go to say make lists here, and I go to current compiler ID. When I do current compiler ID, CMake debug, build database, debug. I configure. Does this print out ceiling? Yes, it does print out ceiling. Which means I can in here put target. x86 64 Windows GNU and I can fix this later. We'll make this actually cross-platform later. Unknown playing option target. Maybe it needs to be 2 dashes. What am I doing in my toolchain? I'm gonna just yank that line, put it in here. Then instead of this line, and keep this line in here. We'll make it cross-platform later. Target is nothing at first, which means this will set it. And let's see what happens. I don't see a target command in there, which means it's probably defaulting to MSVC. CMake compiler target. Okay, so I probably need to actually do this as a compile command. Okay, so it is 2 dashes. The chatbot lied to me. It hallucinated. How dare it? All I had to do was add that. Okay, we actually have a target command in there this time, which means that potentially we have debug info now. Release debug info that we can handle. Why is there a libbranescript DLL in here? Does that need to be put in the build? I don't know. No, it's running. The debug adapter is just failing. Well, let's try running this with LLDB again. Manually. No, that's not what I wanted. Then, break set at main CPP. What was it? We'll just say 100. 162. Whatever that is, it's taking far too long, so let's try object dump instead. There's some data there. I'm gonna try building this with code LLDB as well, or debugging it with code LLDB. It's always the fallback. That's just fine. I set a breakpoint. I have. There are breakpoints in here. Hit the breakpoints. Maybe GDB magically works. Pending, pending, pending. Nothing. Okay. We do G dwarf. Well, that hit a breakpoint. But this was always sort of working. Or was it? Wait, is this... Wait. Wait. Okay, test, final test, or I guess potential test is, what was I trying to do? Anonymous structures? From like an hour and a half ago? Oh dang, it's... Still doesn't hit them. Everything else is working. Actually, is decorators for the standard library working? Or is this the same problem I get with MinGW? Well, let me guess. If I try debugging this in VS Code, it will just work. What's this being debugged from? Man, this was so close to working. Oh, even Visual Studio isn't hitting the breakpoints. Which I assumed that it would. And it's actually like a huge, like, if it doesn't. Then again, it's the same debug information. Because I am not compiling this with MSVC at the moment. MSVC would probably work better. Right. Well, you will go back to... I will once again give up on the Zig toolchain for, I want to say, the third time? CMake and Zig toolchain? We'll go back to MinGW. Then in here we will do GDB, because GDB is what works. And then let's get back to actually debugging, what I should have been doing for the last 2 hours. We'll keep these breakpoints here, but you know what? There's a super easy way to get the debugger to work with this. You want to see it? I sense that the music just looped. Look at that! And now, breakpoints that we put inside the function will work because it's an actual function instead of a giant match statement. Maybe. Possibly. I'm gonna hold out hope. And we'll see if I can even remember what I was trying to debug in here. It paused on something. And threw a ton of errors. But It was a breakpoint before the breakpoint we were waiting for the breakpoint to hit. Finally. It was that easy the entire time to have the debugger work, and I didn't have to spend 2 hours trying to rebuild an entire toolchain. And it might have not even worked if I had rebuilt the entire toolchain and even got like MSVC working. For all I know, MSVC has the same problem. That's what I get for using weird C++20 tools and lambda statements, and yeah. Okay. The problem that we were trying to fix was that we could move this breakpoint for now. Come back later. First, I need the program to run so I can even remember what the problem was. It was something to do with these. Right. Local variables on the stack not being the correct structure type. So that was when we were doing... Yeah, compile anonymous struct. When we alloc the value... push back the type, then return the ID, which is the current local variable's size, and then we append to local variables, thus increasing the size. Then to get a value type, you just grab the value ID, meaning that root pointer here its IR value is the result of compiling the anonymous structure. When we resolve type here, optimized out. RIP. Oh wait, so struct type, that struct type returns the correct struct type. So if I have a current function, look at the local variables. The last variable that just got added, root pointer, but it's about to be added, contains value 1, 1. Main value int 1. Why does alloc value which normally works so well fail in this one specific instance? Oh, we don't want to actually deal with this function yet. Think? Oh no, it's run twice. That's what it should be run. Never mind. Alright, so we resolve the type. Vector of length 3, capacity 4. It's all good. Oh, interesting. Alloc value. Wait. Yeah, it's that alloc value for some reason. Oh well. Standard variant index 1. So let's see what type equals. Contain value int 1, which is what we print out. We go here and search struct type x1 int t. So that variant is the incorrect type. Did I do the thing again? Ah! I did the thing again. So remember when I said I've done this foot gun like 10 times, where the result automatically casts itself into a Boolean. Actually, this might be my fault. Because I have an automatic casting system on result. Actually, no, this is casting a result into types, not casting of types to result, because casting to result is what I've implemented, not casting a result to other types. I don't know how to spell anonymous, so I'm gonna leave that as anon. I can't believe that every single one of these errors was the same error. Like, that's crazy. And the bug persisted across compiler barriers, which means it's C standard library compliant. And would you look at that? This is looking a lot more like what we would expect it to. Yep, so the return type is 1, which is this count variable. Actually, no. The destination is the unit, and the argument is right, because I did result value before argument values, because like that made sense to me. All of that to make a 1, say 3. In fact, it wasn't all of that. It was literally just me going, oh, I should put this in a function so it doesn't get optimized as much. And then I put it in a function and it didn't get optimized as much, and I was able to immediately figure out the problem. And it was the stupid casting bug for the 5th time. And now it works perfectly. Like, actually perfectly this time. This is a post in the Discord moment. There we go. Sorry, I had to check all my other notifications before going and posting that. So where to go from here? One thing is to consider making member access more based on like not a custom command. This is a possible course of operations. I also could potentially make member access. Right now, you'll notice it has these hashes here. First hash is referencing a structure type. That is always 1, which makes me think that it's casting from result to a boolean, which it was. So now, rechecking this after changing that. Yeah, see now that first argument is pointing to this last one, which is our arguments to print out. And that works as expected. Now, this doesn't technically need, like, we don't need to put the type here. Maybe. The second argument is the member to access. The third, I believe, is the local value to reference it from. So if it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this would be a type 3 struct. So you see how they both match up? This means that I could infer the struct's value from that. And I mean, that does make the intermediate representation a little bit implicit. Like, the slightest bit implicit. I mean, I'm already doing that for move instructions. I guess that's a question of how much of the scripting language how much of this do I want to be just like a straight optimized AST rather than like an actual bitcode format? Because since I'm sending this to a backend, it does make sense to already be in an AST format, because then I would just have to interpret it back into an AST for LLVM. So it does make sense for it to already be kind of an AST. So either I remove member access completely, or I lean into the implicit nature, to the slight implicit nature of commands, which may hurt maintainability in the long run and like the ability for other people to write this grammar. I mean, it doesn't hurt if I like document it well, but will I ever document it is the question. I mean, I guess you could look at the serializer and that would give you a really good idea of like what is actually going on there. So I guess the question I could have is, right now I'm very much biased towards LLVM as a backend, since that's what I'm going to use. And we have to convert from this format here into LLVM IR, so intermediate representation. Which looks kind of like this, if it's parsed out through the human readable representation, which it isn't, which we aren't going to do. Instead we use like their C sharp, not C sharp. C sharp isn't touching this project. Their C++ bindings for the language to essentially create this syntax. Because they have like nice utilities for that. Hmm. And then let's also look at Brane Lift as well, because that's the other backend I've thought about implementing. Though I recently found out it's a Rust backend, and then I'm like, oh. Then why didn't I write everything in Rust from the beginning? Because this is like, if LLVM's too slow to run on Android devices like the Quest, then I need a faster backend. And LLVM is the potential project that I could use for that. Or not LLVM, Crane Lift is the potential replacement for LLVM that I could use. Because Crane Lift was developed with the speed of a compiler in mind. We aim for Crane Lift to be usable as a just-in-time compiler. Has been proven to perform code generation process about an order of magnitude faster than an equivalent LLVM-based system. Which is important. So there's V8, which is JavaScript. And then they also compare it to LLVM. So I'm not touching V8, since V8 is JavaScript. And kind of the entire point of this is keeping JavaScript away from my engine. Does Crane Lift have C bindings, though? Let's see how up to date these are. 2 years ago. Yeah, CraneLift is part of the larger WhiteBatAudio project, which is literally a WebAssembly runtime. It means if we use CraneLift as a backup backend, it is literally exactly what we need, at least code gen wise. Or if I wanted to be super extreme, like super extreme, what I could do is write my own compiler backend. Which, this is what I was using in BraneScript v1 before I even put LLVM into BraneScript v1. And I was able to get this working. But this would mean that, like, there would be nearly zero optimization on the end binary. Like, you'd be stuck with whatever code gen I do here. And I do want to do ahead of time optimization on the actual intermediate representation. The potential problem with that is, well, actually, the plan that I had for optimizing this was to do a translation from this into LLVM bytecode and then back to this. So like a compiler backend, essentially, like a custom compiler backend for LLVM. Now, if this more closely resembles an AST, it might be harder to do that compiler backend stage. Then again, from the very light research I've done about actually doing that, since this already is like like half a fusion of LLVM bytecode and WASM WAT files, then it probably wouldn't be too hard for me to parse out the LLVM module back into this intermediate representation. As long as, see, here's the hard part. If I want to do optimizations on this, I have to worry about I have to worry about the fact that when I do eventually do code gen on this, I need to add extra functionality in for like how it interacts with memory and whatnot. Because the way that it interacts with memory is not exposed to the bytecode. Like, secretly behind the scenes, we're going to be out like binding memory pages to a buffer and then like accessing memory through that buffer. But how, like, if I run an optimizer using LLVM, like if I optimize this with LLVM, I may have to do one translation from bytecode to LLVM that is not secure and just directly translates the intent of the code into LLVM IR, do the optimization, go back to BraneScript IR, and then have a second BraneScript IR to LLVM converter that adds in the secure, like, the way the language actually works. And the ways that it accesses memory and whatnot. So essentially that means that optimization and actually running the code then become two completely separate code bases. When I thought before I might be able to reuse the BraneScript IR to LLVM stage, but it looks like I might not be able to do that. When I get around to doing the LLVM optimization stage for the language, I'm gonna have to do that completely from scratch instead of using whatever stuff I write for the runtime before that, which is a rip. But that's something I'm willing to do for optimization phase. Optimization phase is good. Optimization phase is necessary. Especially if I ever want to do stuff like SIMD. Like, I myself am never gonna write a SIMD optimization pass. I straight up don't have the time to learn how to do that. But I can add in intermediate representation commands for a bunch of common CPU independent SIMD commands. And then I can let LLVM do the optimization pass for me, and then I can read out, translate that back into BraneScript IR, and then we have SIMD optimizations without me ever having to write SIMD optimization passes. That's the main thing, is I want SIMD operations in here. It's critically important that we get SIMD optimizations in here if we want to deliver on the whole it's a super fast language thing. If we have SIMD in there, ahead of time optimized with SIMD, that is the dream. But all of that, just to say, I guess we go full in on implicit. So that means that here in memory access, we don't put in the structure type. We just derive it from this pointer here. And then I guess we have to figure out what that breaks. Probably somewhere in here. Yep. The struct type is no longer necessary. Instead, we just have index, the memory access pointer, and the memory destination. Store. Oh, okay. It's fine. I probably need an address operator as well to do references. Or wasm, not wasm. Shift and add. Load effective address. Yeah. Maybe I call it LEA to keep it consistent. Or maybe I call it address of. Undecided. But yeah, here in compiler access, we no longer need a structure type. And all of that should still compile and build. And I'm also going to add continue. Actually, what's a better... So continue, like, is in people's brain as, you know, go to the next loop iteration. But what's a better... I had continue as, like, you know, this is a pipeline, and we're going to advance to the next pipeline stage. And I was using continue as the command for that, but it could be something else. We could say something like, next, or not return. I don't like the concept of return. Could always be like a little bit you know, verbose and be like sync, since like a lot of pipeline systems use sinks and sources. So I guess that would actually be technically a source, like provide source, but we do end stage. But I prefer next stage. We'll go with next stage. Doesn't need an output, doesn't need a function, just needs inputs. Now, should I just have it be a function call called next? I just have next be a... No, I don't want next to be a reserved word in the entire language. Next stage is a good... It's a little bit verbose, like, slightly. Not too much. We're sticking with next stage. Now, that means back in compiler, somewhere here I have all context. And in here, you can see that I just have an if statement here. If this is continue, ignore all my rules about trying to actually find the function, because I haven't implemented externs, and that's not how I want to handle this either. Instead, you can just do... Oh no, we still need this to be a function call. It's still using the syntax of a function call. But in here, instead of doing all this nonsense, I'm gonna move this down here. I'm going to keep that to-do there. Use of undeclared identifier call. Right. Here we're going to do return none, because this does not return a value. Instead, this is going to be next stage op. Just call it NS. And we'll grab this little members. Maybe I need to make a function call for whatever this is. Create type array or something. Right, and then we append the operation. And now that's a lot cleaner. Significantly cleaner than what we had before. Where it just yoinks this out, replaces it with a compiler intrinsic or whatever you want to call it. And yeah. Let's go over to IR text serializer, because this is going to be complaining. I'm going to put this down by the call operator. And we're actually going to copy the call operator. Apparently, I did not copy the call operator. I'm gonna call this not struct. Next stage op. And we just need to do inputs. which honestly should just be one thing, because we have the one struct input. So this is out of date. Then instead of call, this will be next. Do that. Stage next. That looks clean. Then instead of doing this whole args members, all we have to do is literally secretly turn it into a, like, all the arguments into a struct behind the scenes. So we would say auto input struct is equal to some, or no, anon struct context args. Yeah, that's an anon struct context. So it works. And then that will do this whole deal for me. If not input struct. Say invalid call sig. I want some sort of error there. We'll see if it's too much. Too much red lines later. And there we go. That takes care of all of that. And keeps us more consistent in how we are doing things. I believe I'm already doing the same thing for the output value, but. It appears I've committed a grave error. wonder how many other places I'm doing this. Time to audit the code base. Never can I pass resolve types result directly into where it's being used. Must always be checked instead of implicitly casted. Ooh. Fingers got too heavy. Okay, I think that cleans up the code base of that. So now we need to go to... Did I already clean up text serializer to make it match that? I believe so, yeah. And there you go. We have now a custom operator for going to the next stage, because this is kind of it does do return behind the scenes, but conceptually it doesn't do return. It goes to the next pipeline stage, and that's what the coder should be thinking about. Not the fact that this is set like secretly just a state machine behind the scenes in the same way that like futures and promises are in other languages. Don't think about that. It's a pipeline. You're going to the next pipeline stage. And this command says go to the next pipeline stage. There's totally not a hidden return. And this totally isn't a function. It's one of the stages in the pipeline. There's stages in the pipeline that are fully functional. I'm suspicious of that one there. I'm always suspicious of the ones. This is correct. That one there. That one there is also correct. One, two, three, four. Where is 4 used? Member. Okay, so that should be a structure. 1 is count. Oh, and count is what we do. Okay, yeah. So that means my code's working correctly, because it reused this. So it's using that same structure as the output of this pipeline and in the return of this stage. Even though it's an anonymous struct, it doesn't have a name, it's still able to figure out we're using the same struct with the same named members here in this output and in the output of the stage, which is what should happen. The output of the last pipeline stage should also be the output of the pipeline. And that's what happens here. This makes me happy. this is actually MVP ready. I can actually make a runtime with this. And we are actually going to make a runtime with this. So, I'm getting on 4 hours now, so I am going to end the stream soon. But whenever I stream next, which quite possibly could be tomorrow, we will see how things pan out. We are actually going to write a runtime. And this runtime is going to take in this intermediate format, and it's going to produce just-in-time compiled machine code that we get back as function pointers, and then we will be able to call those function pointers like regular functions. And if we're up to it, we will even get a like very prototype version of the memory management stuff working, so that code will be perfectly secure to pointer indexing vulnerabilities as well, which will be really fun. Ready to add your series of tubes to the larger series of tubes? I'm ready to make my intricate system of tubes finally connect to the end destination of this series of tubes, and then to like run a test bit of water through the tubes. Like, not the full load, but like test bit of water. And it might work. This metaphor works, yes. Oh, another screenshot. Man, does that look clean. Alright, and with that, let's actually commit this. We need to actually commit this to GitHub. Is this running one input behind? Or was running one input? Okay, good. We're not running one input behind anymore. You know what? We'll commit all of that. Actually, we'll just commit everything. Let me make sure that... Oh! We don't have any, like, weird mistype Vim files. Add. Or actually not add. Finish. And that is pushed and live. And on the server. Hell yeah. And with that, I will bid the stream adieu, and I will go... I'm gonna go eat something, because it is time to eat. Time to consume. Farewell.